Good evening, everybody. The cat is being a little annoying, so. Oh my goodness, I'm so far away. Hold on. Why is the camera messed up so much? I'm in a different spot than normal. Okay, well, I guess this will have to do. I swapped out the chair for a little bit because the office chair was starting to get on my nerves. Where's my headphones? Aowen was sitting behind me, and now she wants to sit on the arm of the chair because she's hungry. Even though I just fed her like half an hour ago. I'm trying to finish off my salad before... You will leave my food alone. Get down. I'm getting sick of you. I'll put you back outside. Make no mistake. It's warm enough outside. You can be outside. She never wants to sit in this chair unless I'm sitting in it. I'm sorry for that. From here, the eating will be to a minimum. Alright, so last time we have theorized that we believe that the Red-Headed League is potentially... I see. Okay. Well, I can turn the game down if it's too loud. I'll turn down a little bit and see if that helps. So last time we were involved, we found out, Gregson was murdered, Kazuma was leading the trial, and Barrack von Zeeks was the accused of murder. But right now, we're chasing down the lead that it seems like Gregson may have been chasing after the Red-Headed League, and that they may have been the ones to have killed him. And so far, Kazuma is entertaining the idea, and that we may be getting some people here after the recess. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Jenna. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Jenna. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Sith. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those Leaguemen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Is it Mr. Sholmes' in Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean? That's right, Susie. It was me what took him in. The way she says Susie just gets me. Thanks by a tip-off by a good old law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Of course it is. We can't make more models. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. Day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him in with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, Eowyn. No, this is mine. No, 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 no. Cats don't eat potatoes and carrots. You know what? You want one? Go ahead and eat it. Here, you dropped it. No, no, no. You eat it. You don't lick it. Just making sure she doesn't choke. Give me a second. Can you not chew carrots? It's super cooked. You're trying. Oh, don't spit it up. Eat it. Finish eating that. Oh my god. This is why I don't share. Alright, in the trash. See? I gave you a taste. Are you happy now? Can you see her in screen? She's over here. She's on this side of me. Anyway. And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He was determined that I should take the defense. And just what is he hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. We have at least a whole other day. You know how this game works. Ready then, Miss Sasato? Yes! Bing, bing. I mean, you know something? Iris has had almost no screen time this game compared to the previous game, which is really weird. Old Bailey. Courtroom. Oh, there's Beddock. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Beric von Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. Bugs out of my face. Oh my... Whoa, pasta! These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Farin de Rasso, a descendant of the great Rasso family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I'm assuming they're... I'm the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temisk are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alos! I'm making my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do? No. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you can say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. The strange combination is a charm of the Herlacius brothers? What? Sea couple? They must not like each other. Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Ah, Chief! You meant to tell me one of your grandy anecdotes, Itivia? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this Capio. And secondly, we are not the Aurelius brothers. This is serious business. Si bello, there is the Capio's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, Capio? The furrow and meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, sister. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? They're admitting to it? Eros, I will explain it. No, Capo! Leave it to me! Dude, stop calling out of your desk. As you see, we both have the vivid no? School your tears for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi Fountain. You those dogs wouldn't say he will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in a pillow and weep for injustice. Sis bien, Peppino, enough! I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listened to the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe. Entitled, To the Red-Headed League. Oui, sister. I am honored that you have seen it. Since the only condition for joining League is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the League, you can receive a weekly income of £4. On the day specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park, specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Bro, what? What a scam! And with the money to France! It was a most elegant, a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange brow. And the day on which all of these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. Si! And now, every time I see a Capo's head, I feel it stick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. I see it, sir, behind me. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. Di Resso and Mr. Di Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help the law. Don't you do it. No. None of that. We had more than 1,000 people assemble the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph.
Capo?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Alright, this victim is nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Well, how is that part of the testimony? You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be news that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Uffa, what's this attitude? We get nowhere, eh?
He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League, undercover.
I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event on the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that when he was killed... I hate this music. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah.
Yes, my lord.
Potatoes. No, not for you. Not for you. I see you're sneaking in here. Alright, what's they got to say? 1,000 people. That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads and all over the capital.
See, the capital here. He hasn't been Mr. Emanuel, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take it some days and let them know by a post, if finito. Maybe 2 moments a person. We start in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? Same. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Same again! He doesn't look at all familiar?
No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, yeah? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, see, Signor, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain? This particular man wasn't present.
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have the 1,000 redheads crowding around it. It's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have given us, maybe we could recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh? If it was the man with the red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I would have forgotten him. Fair point. Cosmos said these two had only been shown the photograph that they had been told nothing else at all. But what if I just fed them one other detail about the victim? For example... his fish and chips! I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember him in this situation. But what if I told you the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti! Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, si! I say it again and again! Hold it! But we only have your word for that. Si, but what else can we do? True. We're not having much fun these days. First we arrested and we showed the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Eh, Capo? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. Huh. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capo? What do you mean by that? Cavalo, you promised not to say, Capo! After we had taken all the monies that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dr. Cures, to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but this is an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st? The 31st? Oof, I have no sympathy for you. We ran all day late for that boat because of your stupidity. And only because of this has we so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? That this is the work of God. A holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not holy punishment. This is all your fault. Ah! Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Oh, maybe I make a mistake, I may. But when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a pasta. I mean, I've seen the evidence. Okay. I haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhado? Well, I think that guy really likes pasta. If it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to the Lime Street that day. And yet, you both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Sure, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. You like we need more information. Definitely. Okay, there was this statement. Alright, let's move on. Okay. I thought the fish and chips would stand out a little bit more. Why would he... Because if he's undercover, why would he... Okay. I'm sure knowing the man was right here would help you remember his situation, but what if I told you that man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview. It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there. As we have already said. I see. Well, then I have to mention that he's a detective. But why would he, if he's undercover, why would he mention that? So there'd be little gain from pursuing this point further. Tell us again what you said before, Peppino. No.
See, Capo, see! I say again and again!
Alright. No! Well, drop the profession, I guess. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hair piece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective. Yes. Stop clawing me. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Except this guy noticed something. Ow! Get your claws off me. And stop grabbing me harder when I push you away. Something to add, Mr. DeRosie. Stop it. Get off of me. No. 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 Sit nicely.
Gee, see! I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
All of those sound delicious on spaghetti. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
Yeah, what did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino! You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What? Why would he say that if he's undercover? He's so small. Order, order, order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector.
There was no such man.
Madai! What do you think, Capio? Have you forgotten it?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Pasta, Capo, pasta! You beat me. I meant many things, but not a two. Memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is a time to eat the pasta, no one is a pasta.
But you are inferior to me in every other way. So shut up!
Objection.
No. Nah, son, let him speak. Ugh. Thrope tarn, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, it looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was a clean shaven. His eyes were as harder. His chin was a thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. So I took the obvious precaution and said to him, "If you are really a detective, show us the proof."
See, the capo here. He doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Well, of course. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? That's what I was thinking before we even went down this train of thought.
Clearly, the papers were fake. Santio, Capo, you're a genius! As we say in Italiana, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
Well, I've heard the phrase, it takes a bullshitter to know a bullshitter, so... And what happened after he had announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, "You're under investigation."
So I took his papers from him and chased him out of his park.
It was a fantastical, and look, it is an identification.
So you stole it from the man.
He said he added a coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
Well, I would like to see it. Now let's return to the witness's testimony after I look at this book. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Well, let's open it up. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. What does it say? I can't read scribbles. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable! This is the real thing after all? He would have had to have been killed to get this off of him. Okay. Which, you know, he was. So where do we present this book at? What is the detail say? No, I don't want to press. I want to hit present. No, I don't want to do that again either. I hit the wrong buttons. I think it's this. There we go, baby. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his, or her, identification to be stolen. Oh, she is. She's just saying, that is the boss's, no question about it. It can't be! As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. That makes no sense! They're the laws! Order! But if the boss said his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Eh? What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No! Dude, Kazuma's animations are really solid, though. Order! The defense persists that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered in a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Pull yourself together, Peppino! Mon Dieu! You here behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? I wish I had a return to Italia! Stop crying, Peppino, please! Otherwise, Lumi! Stop your whining and start talking! Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail. I know nothing! I done nothing! But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Oh. Now what, Crybaby? You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud! Look at Eowyn, she's just like sleeping right next to me, standing up. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in a room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison really. What? What? This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, it was not like a prison. Sir, sit down. What? Why is his neck that way? He's got a weird tan line. You see that with his neck? Like he was choked, or he just, missed a powder in his skin or something. I don't know. It's like it's because his whole skin is pale otherwise. If only Isley was here. He was an expert on gingers. He was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. Couple? Why is he crying? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. You fat, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong and by one little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Capo. It is not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back into prison, gentlemen. Oh, I don't believe this. How can he ever be a real detective? Counsel for the defense proceed with a cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Greggs had spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Really? Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. It was our first crime for the capo. He was at his wits' ends as
Get a load of this.
I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We went to the place for 2 days, and it was inspired by the capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired, capo. Oh, what am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was the house described that you could find Inspector Gregson, was it? But you have to remember, under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right, but we couldn't be completely certain. We're on the scent. Give me the deets, man. Too scared. Why?
Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he had just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right. Hey, Capo?
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and the addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from us that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me.
See, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said.
What? We probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say.
See, we did that.
Dude, his tears are like painted out of his face. They're really animated, but like in a really nice way though. That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking, it must be a falso. Capo?
Oui, it is just as Peppino said. We were convinced it was not genuine. So together we hilarious, brothers. We took a man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money. For a penny, and for a penny, and for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Boff! It was nothing. Just a minor accident.
The false inspector, he was a real piece of good work. Capo?
What happened?
Uffa! It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape onto the ventilatore.
Can you blame him? We chased him, Benster, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Yes. Wait, you didn't shoot the man at your haste, did you?
That's what do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
What's that face he's making? Mr. DeRosie, is there something wrong?
Hey, me!
Something Mr. DeRosa said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was it all about?
Carvelo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. I speak up from a personal experience, yeah.
A personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, a night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But this capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? He dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, capo?
Oh! Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see, huh? You want to see how my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one longs to look at any part of you.
What to do? I show you why I don't. I show you why I don't.
Depends on where they are, sir. You do now. Dude, Kazuma has no patience.
Hello, if anyone want to see, then I do it. Isco, you see, it's still very available, eh?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo, sometimes he is very rough, and...
I said that's enough! Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what you're talking about, yeah? You have my word. Yes, well, what's your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring around Mr. DeRosie's neck? I wonder. Does it matter? It's important. Mr. DeRosie, I'm going to ask you to amend your testimony about the details about the mark on your neck.
Hey, capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Ugh! Very well, you amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRosie.
See, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did to Tuanis.
What? A collar? Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, I make a collar from the leather.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRosio? Are you into some weird BDSM stuff?
What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It was a souvenir from that time. With a very strong chain.
A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry, I was so angry yet he was leaving me alone. You didn't have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, too, huh? I won't have tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equally! If the capital's mentally, eh?
Oh my god! Starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
DiCaprio was a tough, but DiCaprio was a rough.
Oh, I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector...
Yeah, the ran his neck, just like me.
Hold on, one sec. So if that's the case... I can't see. That doesn't look like a ring around his neck. I don't think that matters either. That's the whole other half of this case we haven't even really adjusted yet.
Peppino, si se fait play that. Leave it now.
S'il vous plaît? Is that how you say s'il vous plaît?
Now you know, huh? The capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad.
Back to crying. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him in prisoner.
If you say that, then I say this. This is something that takes away our freedom too. The lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, all of us.
Huh?
No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me sad, mad. It makes me sad. What can we do?
Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. That'll cost you, of course.
Oh, Father, you have it. You see, that is why we need the redhead in the league to fight for the justice.
Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhado. No, it's just every man needs a straight woman to come in and be like, no.
All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison, oh?
Perhaps he has a point again. No again, Mr. Naruhado. No again.
You should have heard him in a snoring. Madal! It was a disturbed, it was us.
I am disturbed. Not much to go on, really. The testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhado. Yes. Okay, so... Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was oddly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only...
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
And what inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I will ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the car off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put on the collar more recently than Mr. DeRosie.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, We say it is from the beginning. Many times,
Oui, Pepino is right.
the man is the photograph. He is someone different from the man we held captives at night.
That's what I'm saying.
Order!
It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection.
Okay. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means that we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhado, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. So what are we saying? Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up at the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Wait, really? What do we got? That's not... I'm just gonna look at everything. That's the old fixture. Sandwich? Yo, wait, Gossip's got a freaking thing on his neck.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhado. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRosa and Mr. DeRosi? Imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection.
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no brushing on the bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's right. We had the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capital dragged him in from a pillow to a post to the dog collar.
Mon Dieu, Pepino! It was not so harsh as you say, huh?
So was there who that also inspector? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Got it. Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who was at the stand this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection.
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Huh?
See, it's been an art for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted League, you know?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
Eh?
What? The defense demands that Mr. Gotham be brought back to the stand. Order, order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom! Immediately! There he is. Will I never! An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? Liar! Liar! With a birthmark around their neck! A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Something about that inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong, as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosa, Mr. DeRosi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice?
We are in a big trouble, eh, Capo?
That's quite enough delivery chatter. Proceed with the testimony, dang it! Get going! Witness's testimony. The inspector, the identification revisited.
The man who claimed to be Inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, so you think we would have forget those kind of lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street. I have no interest in any red-headed league. And I'm all alone in this world, me. I've got no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I can carry off with a disguise with a face like this? Bruh. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you? There was no need for this pointless testimony.
Ugh. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember?
Fresno Street, so I want to know. How would I come by a police inspector's identification book?
Wait a second. I was thinking this last time. But, he has the exact same hair as this guy. The exact same hair. Where's it? See, right there. Daily Vigil. The eyes are... Okay, the hair is almost like a ringer in a way. But that might be making the wrong assumption. But they have... Okay. They're similar, but we don't even know if this is what the man recently looks like. We haven't seen him. The picture we have is older. Right? I don't know. I can't. It's hard to say. If this is an old photograph, then he wouldn't look like this anymore. So that's what I'm confused about. I feel like that lip is fake. Anyway. Well, yes. That's hard to explain. But...
a brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhado. At least somebody believes in him. Kazuma is over here like... Dude, why is Kazuma so ripped, though? I think it's a disguise. Okay, I want to look at the eyebrows again. Okay, those eyebrows definitely could match.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to irk your hands on the Zedek, monsieur. Simply the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. It looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu! With your words, it's like you're trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No, it's a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Yeah, they broke in the mold when they made me.
It was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with the red hair. And I thought that being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, sister. I swear to by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? These grand lips. Dude, they gotta be fake. Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Flabin call it? An eclair. Oh, gross. I didn't need to compare his lips to an eclair. Gross. I can't get it out of my head now. Thanks, DeRosie. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here in Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Oof, so that is a problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
Now, how many times do you want me to say that? I never leave Fresno Street.
Sure. So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, have you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town.
Nope, I'm stopping my train.
So that takes you bit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very nice red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own Arizona got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Won't catch me sliding off some other part of town. No, sir. Not likely. What
Excuse
you
me.
got to say?
Mr. DRS also? Oh! Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words now just lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near this rock. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the couple was right. I remember the two. He was paying the man with the bank notes.
With notes?
Well, like I said, that wasn't me.
Excuse the way this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked into the name on the papers.
What's it say? Come on, give me the dude. And what was the name written, Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name was a Hugh Bone, huh?
It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Wait, this is Hugh Bone? The Hugh Bone?
No!
So he's not the other guy.
I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talk about my personal life.
Everyone's freaked out.
Huh, indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses, unless you're hiding some juicy tidbits. Well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be retracted from all court records as of this trial. There will be no objections.
Of course there's an objection! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance in this case.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Osogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Yeah, Kazuma Ken, he sure does.
Well, I never! What capacity?
Hugh Bone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking!
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, huh?
Dude, what's with that posture? So your real name is Hugh Bone. Well, I guess so, the text box has changed.
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down back street townhouse. You do. And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There was 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Hey, if you know Mrs. Avoke, it's not to me.
Sink again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Bone. If I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along.
I rent the room where the fellow was found, it's true. For what difference does it makes?
Give me that deets, man. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Grayson killed there in your room? Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Bone, would rather as little be as known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. Excuse me. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this, man. Let's see, what do we got? I'm gonna examine this. I'm looking around. But this picture was there. Are we gonna suggest that? Okay. Okay. So I think I gotta present this picture on one of his two statements. No, I didn't know! No! I didn't mean to hit that button. I keep hitting press when I keep wanting to hit present. Okay. So we know that everything else in that room but the board was his, which means the picture is his too. Why would the picture of that woman be there? No! Ah! Dang it, I didn't mean to hit this. Now I have to read it. You mean you have no family? No, not at all. So I spend all my days on Fristo Street, peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's there to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick my lip. Ugh, stop flicking it. Looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically I got dressed up and posed as a fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. There we go, baby. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Bone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother me. Please, just leave me alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection.
How can you be sure? Just look at the man! No amount of disguise can ever hide those immiscible features.
Objection.
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Bone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Bone?
Yeah, ain't no way that's a real lip. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from us from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be. Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. Yeah, see, Sasuke is catching on. My lord, the defense believes that it can reveal True Bones' identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? The missing person, Mr. Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it, Mr. Daily Vigil? I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. You know something else that was mentioned that she said in her missing persons report in the last part of the last stream. She mentioned that he never came home last night, and if he was not come home, he would always contact her. He didn't contact her because he was held prisoner. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, just hold on a moment. I don't have the first idea. What I'm talking about? Really? MS, it's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off the disguise. No, please! Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once! Mr. De Rosa, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord! Ah! No! Stop! Get off, please! No! My god, they just jumped in like, we'll hold him, sir! Dude, his hair is completely different now. It's a fake. We found your husband, ma'am! Bro, how much money does he make, though, to be able to keep affording the lavish lifestyle? Well... Psychic attack! Psychic attack, indeed! We are now seeing your true features, I presume. I don't know what the other voice to give him, so I'm just gonna keep giving him the same voice. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. His suit is different. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen witnesses? Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but...
See? There's another question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary! On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Grayson, who appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rosie in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, it was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as Chief Warder at Barclay Prison. The Chief Warder? Then your career had promise. Why you would quite possibly become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years?
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. I'm like, yes, it's true. I'm daily vigil.
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Bone come from?
Bone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently, there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
More testimony.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Bone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth did you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons.
And without wishing... He has 2 sons?
And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
He's starting to sound like George Bailey now. My voice is starting to slowly slur away. So instead you decided to conceal your own occupation from them.
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder of the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Bone and begun my life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him?
He always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orxes tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. What?
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people on those occasions. They were to lend me his identification so people wouldn't believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Oh. The Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification to your care with the intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him.
So it was his board. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my bone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Thanks, son. But where does this leave us?
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector.
But no, it can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What?
Ah! Falcon Blast!
That's not good, is it?
Order, order, order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. Witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Yo, Kazuma. What you got to say for us, Kazuma? Why would you point that out, brother? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma? What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago?
The execution of the professor. Genshin Impact. I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh!
Answer me, man!
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the events concur, counsel?
Absolutely. Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin and Sogi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so... Give it to him, man. Prosecutor Sogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well, then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. Well, the truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?!
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Liar!
But for some particular reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment
is extremely hazy. He's lying. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhado? Sorry? Well, 10 years ago, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. He's a liar, and not only that, Mr. Virgil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. No, let him cook! But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another! So, Kazuma's theme is so good, by the way. I'm assuming this is Kazuma's theme. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Poor Satoshi, all bubbly-eyed. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it! I gotta trust my boy! I have no idea how this is gonna go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. It is kind of slow tonight. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of the events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statements. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. What a liar! You resign with a wife and 2 kids who depend on you to be a street peddler? That's hogwash. Even without proof, that's hogwash. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. Liar. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. That dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June, 10 years ago, and on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? Was that? The professor's execution? Professor? As you were the Chief Warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place! The convict, obstinately executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. Man, head do be hurting. The convict came back to life. The cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes, yes.
This voice just feels really weird now, but I feel like I'm committed to it. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder, Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil?
Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? We knew this. Why are you freaking out? We've made this claim like already.
Order, order, order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that the memories of their time have returned? My head,
There's that good music again.
it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams,
Oh my goodness.
the papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Dribber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
I don't think that's exaggerating.
They were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood, lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderous execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
He's spinning faster and faster! Oh man, that giant man.
I'm sorry, Daly, this is serious business, but can I help you know? As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
Wait, what?
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history.
I don't believe he actually did it.
And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Ah! That's a long scream. Oh god, is he dead? We killed him. Broke his spirit.
Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court's adjourned for today with immediate effect. Get out of my house!
Well, that's how the case...
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Ooh, just gives you shivers. Brr. To be continued. Alright, so now we got investigations to go through. Probably the last section of investigation for today. I mean, for the case. I'm starting to think it was... See, now I'm starting to think it wasn't actually him who had arranged the escape. What if it was the dude with the axe? Is he the prison warden? I don't remember whose position was which. Because he's tied to this stuff somehow, for sure. He's not going away. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff earlier after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Oh, that's what happened! But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out of the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? But we still have to pursue the truth. It's our job. Runo! Hi, what's up, Iris? Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. He said he was... I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. No, he's getting his paycheck from the woman. I think Iris did. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well enough alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Well, let's get our plan of action. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development, too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound in the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If he'll speak to us. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, the time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what he was doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place. Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that the little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was that notice board there that covered all those particular papers? Paper about Hazen with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. What else we got? I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Oh, Eowyn's behind me. I wondered where she went. She was super quiet. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It appeared that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Ugh, vinegar, chips, gross. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. What if, actually, I'm just spitballing here, what if Gregson this whole time is actually the Reaper? Because Gregson would know all the things about all the cases and if he had someone establishing an alibi for him, he could get away with all the murders. What if Gregson was the Reaper to begin with? Because he always deeply respected the Reaper. But knew it wasn't Van Zieks, I think. Vigil, you say. What's the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes particularly passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. 10 years after that, while he was obstinately working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy, but why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the Professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think that we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuff full of piping hot extra, a special blend of mine. I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go see what we can find out. Yes! Alright, let's move it. We have a... Okay, he's not ready to visit yet. Alright, well, let's go see the we'll go in order of locations. Uh-oh. This doesn't look like a good scene to have. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama! Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. Never did know when to back down. Oh, he's gonna come over. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hey, Kazuma. Kazuma. Where's he gone? He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43... We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhado. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. I did not move. Sorry, let's see. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the new justiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. A man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, he let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And the people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible. He was brought out to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, obstinately at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? So it is Gregson, precisely. Strongheart knows it. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's, the trial of Genshin and Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization runs smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean? That sounds like a big threat, not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered but tomorrow. I don't like the vibes he's given. I'm getting I'm getting final boss mastermind vibes from Strongheart. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I have been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi. He'll say no, I'm sure. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go! You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhado. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure if I know how to talk to him at the moment. I'm sorry, I gotta go straight to Kazuma first. You get the bromance back together. Everything else can happen in order. I gotta go see Kazuma first. Hey, look, little things. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. This is just freaking Zeke's office! Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit siesta style whenever he's working. Or Caesar style. Where is he? Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first. Well, if that's the case, well then we'll go to the prison first. I say we're gonna go straight in a straight line, but here we are. We gotta make all these pit stops first. 2nd of November, local prison, cell number 1. Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? It's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove you're innocent, is it? Perhaps not. Just don't pay. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhado? It's Lord Van Zeek speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will ever lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. Don't make it a big deal. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allow people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helps reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I am I myself am committing to pursuing. So why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all of this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Ah, it's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. I knew it! No! Gregson the Reaper? Oh, oh man, we're getting to it fast, aren't we? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson, he's behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the mocks and plots their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he reads on First Notion was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassins there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Aisha Shin. Wait a minute. I know that name. Wasn't that the real name of Bret Hart? Sasato will know if it is. Wait, what? Shin? There it is! Miss Aisha Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. I knew it. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. That's how it comes back around! She was their contract assassin! Then, just when it seemed like diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan in conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhito, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asia Shin. I should let Father know at once. Yes, I agree. Dang. I wasn't expecting this. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You see, he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings that he today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous
societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics and economics and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen? Bro, this gets so deep.
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us!
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come...
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you. You know what? I'm starting to get the feeling that Genshin Asogi might not have actually been the Professor. What if he was the fall guy that they had? See, that's the thing. Everything was, so far, I'm going to lean forward because I'm starting to get more involved. Everything so far has been orchestrated in a sense. Like, we're seeing that there has been a grand deception at this point. Aowen, what are you doing? Everything's been a huge deception by somebody in charge. Like, it feels like to frame the Japanese, but with the justification of hiding it to keep, political things, like, safe, to keep everyone in calm and quiet. They went with the assumption, like, we have to keep this in a closed trial. But keeping that closed from the public would probably shield the information of what's going on. Kind of like what's also going on right here. We're doing a closed trial and we're shielding it. And Kazuma breaking off the branch is getting him in trouble. Because Kazuma's pursuing the truth that's I think Strongheart doesn't want pursued. And I think Strongheart's trying to get rid of Zeeks because Zeeks was no longer doing what Strongheart was prescribing. I think it's kind of a combination of that. So what if the actual killer of the Professor... Because that's the thing. Why would Asogi protect Zeeks as well the same day that he killed his brother? Or, like, why would it be also that Asogi would out of nowhere just start murdering people that he has no connection to? But as Van Zieks said, it benefited certain people for some of these people to die because it was shaking up the hierarchy of Britain. Who else would stand to benefit from that than someone like Strongheart? Like, I don't know. I'm not getting anything concrete, but it's just really starting to click with me. And now Aowen is like freaking taking my seat. All at once, I had lost the brother I have revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. There's way too much going on here. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Not Bret Hart. I was thinking of someone else. But General Hart, let's go and try and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear all about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Alright, we'll be back later, Zeeks. Maybe. Wrong button. Wait, what was added? Was this... Oh, it was black before. I didn't even realize. The foyer. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has to find her favorites whether they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Yo, it's Daddy. Ah, Father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are? Introductions. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. You've been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Oh my god. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Dude, you can read my mind. Really. You didn't miss a step against Hisogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, you have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year. It's quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss the matters further? Hey, when I need to sit back down, which means you need to move. Up here. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was starting to hurt. Did I knock you off? Oh, you're right there. You're fine. This chair's not meant to be used like this. But man, that freaking office chair hurts for long periods. I knew I was going to be on this chair for what tonight? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Well, he's in dirty, I think. Possibly. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting as a student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was on the dock today. That was Barrick, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asia Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asia Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Professor McToba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor talking about is Mr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. I think he got it, though. I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious-looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind. Eliminated. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credit author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yuma University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? If Iris knows nothing about that, case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Though it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With the cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Thuzy? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. They sucked that away really well. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. I love his energy. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. Suppose the symposium's opening was postponed, and I've gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Shishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Shihiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. Oh yeah, we did take a picture the other day. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems stout. It seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. The commemorative photo. Man, he looks so stiff. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's true. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do what? Father? What's the meaning of this? Dude, she looks upset. Now, Sasato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean the Supreme Court of Judiciary is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Sasato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there was no question. You, Naruhado, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Sasato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Bro. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. But until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will, but it turns out he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Ah, poor Naruhado. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with the information about Asia Shin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhado, and give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asia Shin. Of course, it's so obvious. Wait, who? How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Oh, it's Sholmes. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley, where have you been? Good question. Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, on to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhado. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram for your country at once. This is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me! To whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Ah, well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. Hey, stop that. There's not a moment to lose! Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sasato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly. Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this to your hands, then, my dear fellows. And he's gone! Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And he left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Wow, he's such a cheapskate. I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. They're all both gone. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. I love it. In some ways, this place seems to rather suit Lord Vincent. Oh dear, did I say that out loud? Oh my god, she's so funny. No way, Owen. Chill out. So where are we off to? Should we try to... Alright, let's go have a look and see if Kazuma is back yet. Is he home? There he is. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Nakatoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Sasatoto-san's father was himself a visiting student here once before along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. Ow! As you wish, Ryunosuke and Naruhito. Stop that. Stop clawing me! I need you to stop. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Bura. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. Stop! When a bizarre series that is not correctly written. A bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened, or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked at a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off of the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself amongst the departing passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I could plan on my onward journey to Great Britain. Just over a year ago, with all of my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. The bromance continues. Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zee's apprentice, then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drubber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yumai, you talked a lot about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. There's no way this man killed the aristocracy. You can't convince me now. Kazuma confirming it like this is just enough, but, like, I already was, like, starting to... Dude, it's all stacked together. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home, told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and had passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Sasato-san. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped fund my university education at Yumai. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh! Then one day a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever had been a member of the Judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him. He'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Chikoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. No. That's when I made up my mind. That on that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhito. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barrack Von Zieks is the real Reaper. What? And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. It's the law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. We gotta have something we can show him. Do I have anything that I can show him? I don't think this is going to be anything. Okay, I figured that was nothing important. But there's got to be something I need to show him. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Well, I didn't think that was going to have anything important, but... there's got to be something I have to show him. Is there really nothing? Let me see. Yeah, we still... there's still something we have to converse or present. Okay. But what would be relevant? God, we're gonna really have to shove everything in his face, aren't we? This came up in the trial, didn't it? That's something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. A suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the corpse marks on the candle, It's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't be trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Logate Cemetery. Logate by Barclay Prison, you mean? You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama? Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. That was all we needed, okay. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is I never got the chance to draw before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Warring. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. Wait, what? No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. Can't let you do that, Star Fox! I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners at the courtroom. Okay, so that kind of explains why Kazuma's fighting as hard as he is. He legitimately believes that the Reaper of the Bailey is Van Zieks, in a sense, and that Van Zieks is responsible for his father's death, in a sense. So he's holding that against him. But Kazuma is definitely blinded by that, because Kazuma is supposedly a better defense attorney than Ryunosuke. So, if Kazuma Kazuma isn't seeing something, or he's ignoring it because he's pursuing this that hard, I expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. Well, let's get going. The forensics laboratory. Is this where Dr. Sith was, or is this a different place? It is Dr. Sith's lab, but it's a little bit renovated. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, it's being a dead room. The coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Dang, Iris. Well, do you think we could change the subject? What? What was that? There they are, whoever that is. Dr. Gory. It's her daughter. It's Sith's daughter. What? That noise before... Oh, sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibres of a dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please! I'd love to see! Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all! I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Plague Doctor over here. Time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Sith has some scruples, at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way of, that's a way off. She's intimidating. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. I don't like this place either. Dr. Gore, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Well, we can skip those details. But there's one thing about this report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Whoa! That's not my fault. I wasn't expecting her to look that way. But she does look a lot like her mother. Whoa! That made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. I think she's more scary with the mask off with those gestures. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? Oh, she goth. It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. Wait, what? By whom? Mael Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Dude! Lord Strongheart over here is pulling all these ominous strings. At this point, I'd be more surprised if he wasn't evil. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote in the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go to the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. Whoa. There. You've written... What? What has she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. What? But... According to the coroner, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have been conceded with when the gunshots was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of petrification. Dude, she's scary! Like, the way she's lunging in with the knife and hatchet. Because that's not a scalpel, that's a knife, man. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, it's definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhado. That Inspector Rigson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. If you don't mind then. Sorry? She's busy. She's gone back to sharpening her blades. Not now, or my baby here might start to rust. I think perhaps we'd better leave Dr. Gory alone. Maybe we could try again later if we manage to find more clues. Okay, well, let's go to the doctor, to the hospital then now. I think that's our next course of action. 2nd of November! This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. I think I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
I'm sorry to have caused you to. I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. You said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought this all upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Grayson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Grayson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me.
Nope, Vigil was the fall guy.
I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
These are Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
Pretend to be the inspector and carry out the investigation on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you're doing on the day prior to the incident. Yeah? You want me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for a Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. Then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. I said, nope. Except for just bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Now returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's why I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on June 17th, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare him to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Anyone that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what it is, what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yeah. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken into its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. The execution took place. Only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary and found a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin and then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean, the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a type. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. Now, there's potentially just This establishing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells into his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. Now he was brought back to his cell. I saw something. Something unusual. Unusual, what? The last will and testament of Genshin Isogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Isogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Isogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in the cell designed for the condemned inmates, he was all allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where you obtained that paper. Your materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. Why did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament? This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and I'd let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that it isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Isogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Isogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Isogi's missions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Camden was livid. He was screaming, "It can't all have been disappeared completely!" That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. He said it was the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events because, well, of what happened, your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really a little more I can tell you. My wife will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't beg, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes. What is it? The Asogi Papers. What about them? I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. Because my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I had remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin impinges before his death. I should make himself claimless as his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it has something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. No, Professor, we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. It seems like there's a very specific order of where we need to go. So who shot Asogi? We still don't know that. Ugh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more. So case is no to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... As we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Alright, Kimmer. You keen very well, so how about we handcuff Biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. No. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. You seem rather calm about that. Did I not say? Gregson's death is not to do with the things that might have happened here at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, lady. Let's not footer about with the irrelevant details. The expressions change completely. We're clearly on to something here. Well, we gotta talk, Brody. But he won't talk. Their murderers botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment. Because of the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sith, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it. Well, that rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his suspicion notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would have just jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed there? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can't show no responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that Keen's went on with at the time now. With Gregson had been murdered and Dr. Sith forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sitting your pocket now with the camera. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Would become anemic. I love her. So, I suppose if there's anybody who might still know about the boot what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensics division, Maria Gorey. Maria Gorey? Aye, Sith's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee brains followed under Mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without the scalpel in her hand. Ah. Mama, what is this? Ugh! Where does she spring from? Did you call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sith's daughter, Mariah Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Sith's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs about it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances. They died the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps, anyhow, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's story about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well, then perhaps Mother told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. You really need to speak to Miss Gorey yourself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years for learners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you no just stay away now? Leave me alone and then come back here, eh? How'd you come to know about that, laddie? There's no many folk in here, even the prison, who've heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. Oof. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Hey, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no, you're off half-cocked there. Think you didn't quite got your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we've heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee walk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. I hear ya. See? Wait, the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles, but I mean it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. I doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. And for all this star mash of that old sanitizer of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his Khan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this to Naruhado, just in case. The only weapon I had left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhado. There you go, an isolator. Oh, yes? These papers are not about to do with Grayson's death. I'd prefer if you deny make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of the government. I understand. And you know what we gotta do? We gotta not listen to that at all. Can I look around at things? An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Ah, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was the famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And handcuffs were used to immobilize a fierce four-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhado. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. The axe was one I used to chop down the cherry tree of my house. Miss Candon was naivous pleased. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, aren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. I never expected to find a parrot in prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out! Don't they kill me? Ah!
Has the bird learned to mimic the primitive cries of the inmates in their cells? Oh, no, he was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like all the time. Right. Let me out! Did they kill me? Oi, I hear you, laddie. You won your dinner, eh? Didn't they do it? It's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled inmate register. Look, and all the files are in alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records in Barclay's inmates. Whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an empath, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. Anything else to see? Oh, I must have missed it. Here we go. Suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they? Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. That one's me.
Ah! I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean? Of course it's not at all. It is taken into consideration. A lot. This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. Then yes, before you ask, it can chop.
Heads off, you mean? Hey, but there's no carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh. If you place a large carrot at the bottom here in the morn, by evening it'll have been cut clean in two. Well, But the blade must have almost indescribable edge on it then. Alright, I think that's everything. I just wanted to see that stuff. It was made to chop heads off. Okay, so where's we go now? Any assistance? Oh wait, we have to go to the laboratory. That's where it was. I remember the clue now. I can't sit like this for next stream. I'm too far away from the screen. Or from the camera. You see more of the surrounding than my head. Like the event would have anything that isn't for murder. Someone's sharpening again. You're still not dead? Anyway, I don't have anything more to tell you about that specimen. Actually, we're not here to ask you about Inspector Gregson. We're hoping to talk about your mother, Dr. Sith. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison mentioned. He said that she was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. Dude, look at her eyes glittering when she mentions that. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim. The idea of caring about an autopsy of members of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. Detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue we needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. What if you tell us more about exactly what happened then, Dr. Gorey? He starts sharpening with that blank expression. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. Careful. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, didn't you mean? I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because of Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Let me guess, just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Strongheart, I imagine? That's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? Clint's autopsy. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson? What? Why is it all coming back around? That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugen Makotoba. I had noted Professor Makotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. Dude, she's so excited about it. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records being from the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhado? It's gone. They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be! Perhaps somebody took them away? No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. Well, then when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh, yes! I remember now. It was 2 years ago. Dude, what's her eyes doing? I don't like that expression. A consulting detective came by one day and said that he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean. Herlock Sholmes was his name. What?! No! What are you doing?! Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris? Is she here? What do you know, Iris? Runo? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now. Don't do it! Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. No, don't buy this child. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? She's been caught. Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. Uh-oh. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry. Bye, mustache. Don't let her leave! Wait, Iris. I'll blow up a pot for you when you get home. No, don't let her go! What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Wait, so where's left? Do we just follow her? I'm gonna follow her and see if anything happens. Well, nothing's happening. So there's only one place left to go, and that's the crime scene. I don't buy this. I don't like where this is going. The police are still busily investigating here, then. But Jenna's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I suspect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually...
There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Yeah, there's a whole box. Just not discussing more thoroughly. There are details of cases sketching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think it's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. Near the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. The photograph of Miss Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue in exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from what that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Bone convincingly, although it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Almost as if Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. Mrs. Little Trunk wasn't here before, was it? No, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. T.G. Tobias Gregson, I'm guessing. That's one of the creatures that knew how it came to be here. Oi! What you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is! Hands off! Jenna! What? Were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Jenna, but... Whoa, spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Alright. You sure you're talking to the yard now? They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bird budgelers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals and walk off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the criminals that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Jenna? You see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, just cause I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it. He was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I think Topeka War said anyway. Oh, that's our Jenna. What's we got to see? So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? The way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Jenna? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about Blurds are supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could have been an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations of the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? And as it happens, it was full names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's Tarkus world was exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Oh yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? Pretty sure the date against it was the 31st of October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I'd ever seen before. It was something like... yeah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Gregson found out about Shin? Did you say Shin? What? Does it mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned it to her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. So maybe Gregson was investigating and got too close? Shit, we haven't seen like for a while, Jenna, have we? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. But he needed an alibi to investigate. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Oh, the pooper! When me and my partner get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down, then? What do you think? Of course we have. Can't tell you, though. Police business, in it. Anyway, point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here. Right. Because he looks so hellish on us. Jenna, about your Hellhound there. Why'd you pick him back up? You're gonna put him back down. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's a part of the force, he is. He won't turn to you for help if you keep denying his help. Japanese police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for a demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch scent of, I wonder? Oh, I don't suppose that would be the thing, would it? I wouldn't think this, would it?
Take that!
I doubt that. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Her face every time. Chief Inspector said wolf to that, Otto. Yes, I heard. Meaning, I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. He ain't got nothing else. I'll have a think. Oh, God. I can't skip this either, because I didn't fix it. I didn't... Oh, you want to see another demonstration of his amazing nose, eh? Well, we're trying to trace Inspector Gregson's movements, so... Come on, Otto, what you got for him? Why not the thing? This isn't it, right, is it? He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh my God, what happened? The Chief Inspector made short work of Jenna there. Oh, look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh cool, she's dead. She looks not happy. Oh, alright, it's fair cope, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? It's enough now then, Jenna. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth. About that trunk. Give us the deets, Jenna. It wasn't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on through the head of yours, but it ain't what happened. Alright then. What did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, we went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. What? To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Listen, Naruhado, I believe Jenna means the witness. Yeah, him. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, in between his board and boards is the boss's trunk. Why? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Oh, goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? Dude, I don't know, but she looks intimidating.
I told him I'd fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't bring anything anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less.
And wouldn't you Adam even check if it ain't stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. Yeah, it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, huh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police! Jenna, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhado, be careful. He must be the trunk. Ah! Now we're dead! Toby, oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhado! Mr. Naruhado! Jenna, quickly! Hail a carriage! Wait, what happened? I needed to inspect that. Snake! Naruhado's legal consultancy. Wait, we've been taken home? Oh my god, what happened? Oh, Mr. Naruhado, are you alright? Miss Sasato? Oh, not you. Ah, conscious again at last! A blessed relief, my dear fellow! After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemingly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Wait, what happened? I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhado. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. She fussed Dorado to the floor. Oh, thank you. So, let's take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is just throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. Hold on, I need to look at this. Let's see, it's a cut. Have you seen this huge gasser on the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Let's have a look inside. What's that? Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Grayson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. And that was... oh, what is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What, really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Oh my god, no one noticed the blood? Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were gonna say that. So what that presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. The most logical conclusion, yes. To think Jed has been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Okay. It was just for business. Okay, he wasn't gonna be gone for a thing. Anyway. He gets grease. Representative Hado, it's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when I left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, standing there ominously. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, thinking nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prize third is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Have a good night, Sora. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Thanks. Sora leaves early. Let's blast and have tea for a bit. That's what she said at the bottom. But I know they're lying to me. It doesn't feel right. What? What is going on? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Well, a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? She destroyed something. Who is that sprawling? I mean, is that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir! I do apologize for troubling you with you are singing so merrily, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. Rather tantalizing, just took the potion. What? And one that appears to have incited the gods of destruction within me to find their voices, too. Deduction, not destruction. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Why is Iris doing that for? I don't like the look on her face. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other Is there more theme about the great secret you're trying to desperately conceal, Iris? She's turned as white as a sheet. The god of destruction. I need to be able to learn how to read. So as usual, you've been instantly seen at the very heart of the matter. As usual. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all this sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, I do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, do enjoy. Oh god. He's not in his suit this time, or his coat. The game is afoot. Man's identity. Dude, I know who this is. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all, and in such an apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Her face! Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is brewed by the herbal tea. What is happening? You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend, and the tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar. And resulting from this droll ditty is tumbling incessantly from his lips. I only await some sampling flavor myself that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. What is she doing? Now, to the next question. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case, requiring the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. Now, in order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Kostrich Sigmund von Orstein. I know that name somewhere. The King of Germany. What? If my memory serves, the mask worn by the gentleman is identical. His costume is mask. Yes, there is no question that belongs to the King of Germany. She's got like bubblegum stuck in her mouth, like. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Look at her in the back! Her expressions just make me laugh. And so the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. The King of Germany. My god. Girls, silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I am deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, and yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Dude, what's going on? Yes, we only follow that brief, involuntary twitch in your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. What? My favorite coffee cup, in fact? Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Jesus, the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you try to conceal it from me! I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Behind the coffee cup. Oh my god. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. Dude, he looks so sad. Dude, this game is so good. I love it. Oh my god, it's still playing. This is a mess. With your silence as well, that fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Sasato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah! Well, then you haven't said a word either, Iris. I don't like the way she's looking at us. Mr. Sholmes has it right. You might be well up to your... you might as well own up to it now. It's not right, though. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhado? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified that in court. Yeah, he said that name. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhado, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Though it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. Found the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? The way these sometimes fit their way into the story is so dumb sometimes, but I absolutely love it. Sholmes is a travesty in a way. Not like in a bad way, but oh my god. Why are her expressions so funny to me? So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I like to hear you singing, but this man... Bro! That was just kind of smooth at that second there. Didn't miss a beat, just kept going. Dude, if these two don't get together by the end of it, I'm just throwing something out the window. Because, man, Naruhado is making these passes. These two, I swear. But this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been in shock still this entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure that's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I expect that the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. How do I move it around? It's the gramophone. That's easy peasy. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is driven by the gramophone. Indeed! For no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song while making a social call. Dude, get out of my face! Oh my god, he has to cut in. In other words, the gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Please turn that off. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhado? Yes. Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? What is... Is it... Oh, I just... we already know this is Bull. I love his little jingle jangle. Good God, there's so much blarbling. She knows who this is. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with this Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Mr. Glotz, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all the members of aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. Point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we well know, we could have been the true owner of this mask. It's Kazuma's mask. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is subliminally unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, although that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter of determining our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. Just take the mask off. We don't need to excuse ourselves in advance. Gently let the mask appear beneath it. It's Mr. Mikotoba. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! Dude, she's just interjected here. Iris is in so much trouble. I'm afraid, Miss Hasato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes! Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugen Mikotoba. Her doing Rina Soke's job was always so funny. Okay. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. God, I love these little this stuff so much. Okay. The music's picking up. With one remaining imponderable. You, Iris. So that's £5 notes sticking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if I've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. What are you doing? Ow! Get off of me! Don't start waking up and clawing me. You just freaking... What the frick is that? Drooled on my clothes. Perhaps Iris trying so hard to get with her eyes. Something entirely different. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right, though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a £5 note sticking out of her bag and I just haven't noticed before, too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Little chest contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris' father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. Is this updated? I want to make sure. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Oh, God! Holy jeez! Oh. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, Hurley! Oh, man, that's what happened to Mr. Mikatoba. He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. So you found your voice now, Iris. Thank God! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform, Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so you mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite knowing the point of despite that knowing point of the finger before. Miss Sasato. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. It's the key. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is the key behind your back. Ah! When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you call out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt. The key to the chest. Oh, that's what they meant. That's why she kept having like a weird... Okay. I didn't even realize. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikatoba also opened the metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When the Professor Mikatoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what waited inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. I love these two so much. Would you expect anything less? These two are so cute. I love them so much. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhato's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? What? He objects? An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhato. He's back. He's still alive! But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed something of importance. Mr. Sholmes? Oh wait, we're not done! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction, what's going on? Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Look at that look on his face! Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So, I put it to you again. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Oh my god! Get the coffee cup out of here! It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when the Professor Mekatoba opened the chest. Oh dear. So many things seem to have been broken in here. But now that little deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Under the... I didn't mean to hit that. I wanted to hit the... look, there. There seems to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia of Mr. Naruhato. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... You must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. I wanted to hit the present. I didn't need to check it. She has the case files. You are attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you very well know, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no! This is a very interesting way to do this. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? 8-year-old Iris stole papers for some reason. You mean, it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. But why did you take them? Forgive me! She's crying. To hide the case file. Solved. He had to wake back up to finish the performance. Elementary. Oh, I love this game. I'm gonna be sad when it's over. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting Detective Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. Oh, is that all it was? The writing. Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? We have to wake up Mr. Toby. I feel as though the poor unconscious Settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhado, yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So why? No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy? We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on. Yeah, we need to know. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere in any of the notes that he'd made in his work about with Hurley. But then one day, that's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought that to myself, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly, and needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Wait. Hold on, wait. Wait. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't have it backwards. I've been hearing it read that way so much I don't know which one's the parody and which one's the real one anymore. Oh, Iris had no idea the stories had such a deep and personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Wait, no, wait. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. I need to read this. I need to read this. Victim, Clint Van Zeeks, male, coroner John H. Wilson, age 33, nationality British. Time of death, May 31st, between 9 p.m. and midnight.
Observations: death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes: recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Wait, what? Autopsy findings: vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. It's a different cause of death than the Basker Hounds one. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? 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 How? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. Wait, noticed what? But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Sasato? You turned white as a sheet. Did I not notice something in there? Hold on, I need to look at it again. I don't... Must be something not in the evidence part. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhado. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What, huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. There's a... Okay. Do we have any other... Do we have any other signatures to compare it to? I don't think we do. We'll just keep going. This writing is my father's. Okay, that's what I was thinking. What? Professor Megatoba's? Wait. Indeed, it's true. Wait. What does that mean? And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Don't leave me in the dark, please. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Megatoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways. I need to adjust the camera again. I think I'm a little... And don't call me Shirley. It actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. So is Johnny's Wilson an alias? And prior to his return, where was Dr. Megatoba engaged? Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. So, does that mean... Does that mean the wait? Does that mean Mikotoba was Sholmes' partner, and not Dr. Wilson? Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Turlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about the supposed partners of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could have truly called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Where are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Sasato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhado. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba? Okay, so... Okay, I was starting to think almost that Iris and Sasato were going to be sisters because freaking... I was starting to think there was no John H. Wilson and that the person who was actually her father was Mikotoba this whole time, that there was no Wilson. But I guess there was a Wilson, but all the notes that made up these stories were all from Professor Mikotoba. His stories, essentially. But, like... Okay, wait, so Dr. Wilson was never Sholmes' partner at all. Anyway. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? Oh, no, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. Well, that was my thought at first. This is obviously too much for Sasato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity is a great mystery solver, is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. How old was Sholmes then? 34. So, 18 years ago. He was 18 years old when he met him. I had just arrived from Japan with Chihiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then. He's the one who brought Genshin to the West. The mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous case of cases presented itself, the Basker Hounds, the case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Chihiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronologer remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikatoba really is Sholm's famous partner. He does kind of have that Sholm's vibe to him, or sorry, Wilson vibe to him. Father, goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I must ask you to explain now. And that is, you know very well what it is. The unsolved matter of Iris' father. Now, of course, I almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Oh, God. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. Oh God! Wait a minute! Oh no! No! Hold it! No! Wait a minute! How old is Iris again? No! Everything's coming up tens. But if you're Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote most of the case notes, then Iris' father must be you. Are you? Is that where the truth is? Upon my word, Miss Sassato, you are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. No! You're kidding me! No, that's actually real. Wilson had nothing to do with anything. He was just the doctor. They are sisters. What? Oh, that means he's cheating. I don't like that. Unless his wife was already dead. I don't really know. We're gonna find out. We gotta get Dr. Phil in here. Or no, not Dr. Phil. Who is it? Who's that doctor? You are the father! You finally grasped the act of deduction! What? I thought I was growing up the wrong tree for a second. What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Oh, there it is. Sassato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is! She's gonna throw him! There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong idea stick. Show him, say something, man! Oh, he's coated up now. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Well, as I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikatoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But you can't cut in now! But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikatoba. The game is afoot! Ooh, new music. But Sholmes, I really must give Sassato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later! Our carriage awaits downstairs already! You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain my consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Oh, I bet, Ice. Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Sassato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed ventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. This music is so good. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhado, good luck in battle and in reaching a decision. Stop asking me that! I just want to go back to Japan, I suppose. I want to think about that. Dude.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Dude, I really wish this game was voice acted more, because it's so good when you use it. Dude. And what? And are you kidding? What? You mean to tell me that the final case of the game is split into 2 chapters? Dude, what? This is gonna take forever. I thought we were gonna be going into the next day of the trial, and I mean, I guess we are. But that's the... What? That was not what I was expecting at all. Final, the Resolve Ryunosuke Naruhito. Oh my god. To get ended. I just want to see what the... Oh, dude. I want to... Dude, I was not expecting that. I was about to say that how could there be another case in the next another case with stakes as high as this case has been? Like, we're defending our rival prosecutor and Kazuma is acting in his place. Like, how could we have gone one more trial with the stakes even higher than that? Like, how would that have made any sense? And now I see it. It's not. We don't. This is where we peak. Oh, man. So is the final chapter going to be more so just a trial? Like a long trial separated as its own entity? I mean, if that's the case, I'm almost a little disappointed that it's just not more content. But in terms of a writing standpoint, I got to see I got to see the opening before we go on. Before I stop for the night, I got to see the opening. It's a sneak preview. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhito. Unless there is no opening to it. Oh, there is no opening to it. Never mind. Dude, the music is more intense. Dang, we have stuff to do next time. So I'm gonna do some research then and find out if this final trial is gonna be like a massive one, like this final day of the trial, or if it's gonna be as long as the previous ones have been, and I can get it done in one more stream. I'll have to do a little bit of looking into that. But, yeah, I think that is where we'll stop for today. I'm debating in my head if I want to do any, Pokemon grinding and maybe do that on stream. Maybe give poor little Isolate here someone to company with into the late hours of the night. But I don't know if I'll be doing anything else tonight or not. So I may not do that. I may still grind, but I may not actually stream it. I don't know if anything is going to be going on in the house right now. If anything, I need to get out of this hot chair surrounded by this overheating cat. Like a freaking thermal freaking blanket. You going to bed? Alright, I might just go ahead and skip on that anyway then. So, then I guess, we might be doing the finale of the game then next Friday, depending on how long the final chapter is. I'll do, like I said, I promise I'll do some looking into it and see if this is really where the game is going to end in the trial segment. So, there's that. But we do also go beyond power. Gotcha. So we'll be back then Sunday. I have Sunday off this week again, so we will resume. We will continue, I'm guessing, Harvestella on Sunday. It seems to be the trend. And if my grinding is done by Monday, we can continue Pokemon XD. If not, I don't know. We'll figure something out. But have a good night, guys. I will see you guys Sunday for Harvestella. Have a good night, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Bye-bye, everybody. I'm saluting over and over again. Going crazy.